countryside, and we finally hear the sound of the blast. A cloud stretches high into the air, and at first, you don't think it's that bad. Then, you notice the blast radius closer to the ground. According to our Russian friend, the diameter of the dust column alone is. Oh, fire in the hole. Whoa. Jeez. Holy shit. Damn. Get the smoke to get inside, Bill. Yeah. Nice. See what happens. Try to leave that again. That was big. Okay. That. Oh, that looks like it's going to be a good shot, too. What? Okay, now. That's 300 meters away. Oh, beautiful. Holy shit. It's cool when they're low there. I'm going.
Ôi, nó bị sâu mắn đi kìa. Bây giờ, thế tao đi về. Ê, nó. Nói vậy, mà cái là sao tao này.
Còn chỉ mình cứ đi ra.
不苦，还有一个海鲜的麻烦的是好，
아니, 아이디 오브유.
那他们说的一些，
너무
韩国爸不说做鬼木头翻到好的么子们不，还不就是不熟嘞？你个怕是他赢哦，
맛있어.
你干嘛去？你昨天晚上好可怕，你。
Go out five other guys, and you're going to be standing at ground zero. See the ground lineup. And after
Verletzungen, mentale Tiefs, gar nicht süß. Gestärkt auf der Piste zurück sein, ist süß genug. Comeback Stronger. Emmy Kaffee Latte Double Zero, 0 zugesetzter Zucker, 0 Süßungsmittel.
D-Day, October 29, 1965. D-Day, on one of the most remote and isolated segments of the entire United States. This steel building, now deserted, caps a slender shaft nearly half a mile deep. At the bottom is a nuclear device which in a few moments will detonate with a predicted yield of 80 kilotons. This is Project Longshot. The operation site is Amchitka Island, close to the western end of the Aleutian Island chain. More precisely, it is about 2,250 kilometers southwest of Anchorage, Alaska, and some 800 east of the Kamchatka Peninsula. After World War II, Kamchatka was largely forgotten. 160 square miles of barren tundra, bearing the scars and decaying installations left by the thousands of American GIs who served here during the war years. Then, Longshot reawakened the island. Longshot was an important experiment in the Vela Uniform Program, which the Advanced Research Projects Agency has directed for the Department of Defense. The objective of Vela Uniform is to increase the United States' capability to detect, identify, and locate underground nuclear detonations. The primary objective of Longshot was to investigate
possible travel time anomalies associated with seismic events occurring in island arc structures. Such anomalies could seriously affect the accuracy of locations made by long-range seismic measurements. Another objective was to compare the seismic signatures of man-made versus natural events occurring in such complex geologic structures. Manchester was chosen for Longshot for several important reasons. It is one of the most seismically active regions of the circum-Pacific island arc. Its geology appeared to be suitable for the experiment. Finally, it is the only uninhabited island in the Aleutian chain which has a usable harbor and also possesses an airstrip capable of meeting long-shot requirements. Careful scientific studies of the island's geologic structures verify that an event of the desired substantial yield could be fully contained and would present no hazard to humans or to the wildlife population. The exploratory core drilling for this investigation of underlying strata was carried out during calendar 1964. The findings indicated that there were no zones of significant permeability, that is, no channels, open faults, or major fractures. The nuclear explosive was positioned at a depth of 2,300 feet in the Longshot shaft, well into a layer of andesite. This rock is more closely related to granite than to alluvium, tuff, or salt, the media in which most previous underground nuclear shots have been fired in other areas. Above the andesite, the various layers were predominantly volcanic breccias, with some siltstone, grey-whack, and tuff admixtures. A combined cavity and chimney height of 940 feet was predicted, leaving 1,460 feet of rock between the chimney top and the surface. Milestones in the evolution of Project Longshot were as follows. On 6 July 1965, installation of a 165-foot-high drill rig was completed. 20 days later, a 6-foot diameter shaft had been drilled to a depth of 260 feet. At this point, the shaft diameter was reduced to 52 inches, and the drilling continued. It was completed on 15 September at a depth of 2,346 feet. The first joint of a 32-inch steel casing consisting of two 40-foot sections welded together was lowered to the bottom of the shaft on 17 September. 4 days later, on 21 September, the last joint was placed at the top of the shaft. On 23 September, cementing of the space between the casing and shaft wall was begun. The cement was poured in 400-foot stages, with a 24-hour hardening period following each stage. This phase of the project was completed on 2 October. After cleaning and checking the hole, the drill rig was dismantled and removed. This was finished on 5 October. Erection of the technical building over the shaft entrance began immediately. The tech building was designed to provide working space and facilities for the team who assembled and placed and armed the device and also to furnish protection from the elements during this critical time period. Completion date was 10 October. On 14 October, the nuclear device was flown in from Los Alamos, New Mexico, and taken to the tech building for preparation and emplacement. As soon as assembly and final checkout were accomplished, the device, mounted inside this container, was ready. It was lowered into the long shot shaft on 17 October. Attached to the electronic and suspension cables of the device were a series of slifer cables and time of arrival gauges to record shock wave progress within the shaft. Following this, stemming operations in the shaft were started on 18 October. Stemming involved filling the shaft with alternating layers of gravel and a sand bentonite mixture. During stemming, 10-foot expanding cement plugs were placed at the 700-foot and 30-foot levels, and a 10-foot plastic plug was placed near the surface. This phase was completed on 26 October. All that remained were a series of dry runs and a final check of the timing and firing circuitry linking the device to the tech building, to the command post, and to the recording trailers and on-site instrument stations. In addition to items already discussed, the close-in measurement program included 7 surface stations containing velocity gauges to record Earth motion at varying distances from ground zero. 3 offshore stations were used to measure overpressures in water at a depth of 60 feet. These underwater stations were composed of self-leveling velocity meters, pressure gauges sealed in canisters, and 4 ball crusher gauges attached to each of the canisters. All were mounted either on a 3,600-pound block of concrete used to anchor each station, or on the cable leading up to the marker buoy for each station. In June of 1965, 12 downhole stations containing vertical velocity gauges and accelerometers were placed in the shafts produced by the early exploratory drilling program. These gauges measured ground shock to determine the efficiency of explosive energy coupling to the Earth. The major instrumentation effort on long shot was embodied in the Long-Range Seismic Measurement Program. Participating in the program in Alaska were 3 major permanent seismograph stations and a number of temporary portable stations. In Canada, recordings were made by the Canadian Seismological Network and by temporary Vela uniform portable stations installed and operated by U.S. personnel. Southward in the United States, recordings were made by LASA, the Large Aperture Seismic Array in Montana, by the 5 Vela Uniform Observatory, by the U.S. Coast and Geodetic Survey stations of the Worldwide Network, and by Vela Uniform Portable Stations and a number of university stations. In other portions of the globe, additional recordings were obtained by a majority of the worldwide standard seismograph network stations at favorable epicentral distances from the event, and by a number of other stations not affiliated with the network. This long-range measurement program was the heart of the Long Shot project. During final preparations for the shot, 3 concentric rings of remote air monitors and 2 of air samplers were mounted around the zero area. Their function was to detect and measure any faint trace of radioactivity that might seep or vent from the buried explosion, though no such effect was anticipated. Additional air sampling stations were operated along the Aleutian chain and in mainland Alaska. On the 29th of October, at 20:59 hours, the countdown for long shot reached -1 minute. As is customary for any nuclear event in any area, the island site was evacuated except for key parties. Among the aircraft airborne at shot time were H-21, C-54s, and P-3s, orbiting to handle photography, surveillance, and other routine test requirements. At 1100 hours, the long-shot device was detonated 2,300 feet below the surface of the island. Within milliseconds, the shock wave drove spray into the air from surface ponds. At Wairika, California, 4,464 kilometers from Amchitka, the first motion was recorded at 7 minutes and 37.9 seconds after zero time, which was at 2100 Zulu hours. The recording is here played back at twice the real-time speed. An average derived from body wave recordings at many stations gave a magnitude of 6.0 on the Richter scale for the long-shot event. On Amchitka, there were few visible indications of the power of the detonation. Sensitive hand instruments of RadSafe men in a re-entry party verified remote monitor readings, finding no evidence of radioactivity above background level. Minor cracks appeared in the road fill up to a distance of 7,000 feet. No trace of abnormal radioactivity was detected from any of these shallow fissures. Very little damage was noted to any island installations, including even the tech building at surface zero. Extensive surveys detected no damage to wildlife on or in the water surrounding Amchitka. The sea otters were unharmed. Close-in instrumentation functioned well. The great mass of data derived from temporary and permanent seismic stations around the world, after reduction and analysis, will provide a much firmer base for interpretation of seismic events in the Pacific Island arc structures. Longshot was a highly successful project in the Vela Uniform Program of the Advanced Research Projects Agency.
Damn. Sweet. Oh shit. Holy shit. Look at the Marines roll. Only 1 year passed between China's second nuclear test in 1965 and its first hydrogen bomb test in May 1966, a record for any nuclear power's rate of progress in developing such weapons. Moreover, on its first test of a hydrogen bomb, the Chinese military was able to drop the bomb from an aircraft, something the United States and Soviet Union had not been able to do for their first such tests. The sudden progress displayed by the Chinese alarmed many observers at increasing speed of nuclear proliferation.
Chinese government decided not to match the pace of the arms race between the United States and the Soviet Union. For Beijing, merely demonstrating the ability to build and test each new weapon system was enough. Underground nuclear tests lack the cinematic and horrifying majesty of atmospheric nuclear tests, but in some ways they have a frightening prestige all their own. The Kanakin test was the largest underground nuclear explosion conducted by the United States military and involved placing a nuclear warhead over 1 mile into the earth on the remote Alaskan island of Amchitka. For the safety of the Pacific Rim and the environment, the device needed to be placed as deeply as possible before its test on November 6, 1971. The Kanakin warhead detonated with an explosive yield 400 times greater than the nuclear bomb used at Hiroshima. Upon detonation, the test generated a magnitude 7 earthquake at the site, effectively creating an earthquake bomb in a laboratory setting. Almost instantaneously, the ground immediately around the test site was raised by over 20 feet, and the ground shock of the explosion was felt at observation posts 23 miles away from the test. It was feared by opponents of nuclear testing that the detonation would generate a tsunami that would affect Pacific countries, but fortunately, that turned out not to be the case. The event you're about to see was among the best kept secrets in the history of nuclear weapons. The Netlin incident occurred on October 24th, 1960, when a Soviet intercontinental ballistic missile exploded on the launch pad. The extremely volatile liquid rocket fuel destroyed the missile and sprayed fire in all directions, likely killing hundreds of troops, officials, and scientists, including the director of the USSR's nuclear forces. A number of Soviet military servicemen and observers are seen running away from the burning plume of fuel, some of whom are engulfed in flames. What makes the footage all the more haunting is that many of those who died did not perish immediately, and that the secret was confined to the Soviet military for decades to come. The sacrifice of the deceased was not made public until 1989, nearly 3 decades after the event.
Mihail, claro, to sabra.
1953 года. Мощность оказалась близкой к расчетной. Начальство было в восторге. Сахаров вспоминал: испытание вызвало огромный интерес и волнение во всем мире. В США его окрестили Джо-4, 4 порядковый номер советских испытаний. Джо, так американцы называли Сталина. Хотя генералиссимус до известия об успехе не дожил.
Welcome to the Devil's Sea. Nike Hercules, Stripey XM33, 4. Johnston Island was the center of launch and experimental activity for the 1962 high-altitude weapon effects testing termed Operation Fishbowl. But Johnston Island was only the core of fishbowl activity. Radiating out in all directions from this tiny island, 800 miles southwest of Hawaii, were instrumented stations, 266 of them, at sea, in the air, and on land, encompassing a major portion of the Pacific Ocean, all geared to collect effects data from nuclear bursts
at high altitude. Now to set this broad stage in greater detail. Within the limited confines of Johnston Island itself, the operations testing and support facilities were crowded into every spare niche, including space between the existing Air Force Station plant and buildings. Some apparatus and offices crammed into World War II bomb shelters, including the Scientific Readiness Team, Task Force Control Personnel, and Launch Control Units. At the northwestern end of the island was the Thor Launch Complex, joined later by Nike Hercules and Strike units, plus a second Thor pad. Fishbowl's line of more than 30 instrument rocket launchers with attendant checkout facilities were sandwiched between the island's runway and the shore. This Pacific Missile range ship, berthed at the island's lone pier, kept an electronic eye on the missile for range safety purposes. A beacon tracking system followed the scientific pods and rocket instrumentation and backed up the Pacific Missile range tracking and impact prediction systems. Standing offshore were 9 instrumented test ships, vital links in the fishbowl effort, including the DAMP ship, acronym for Downrange Anti-Missile Measurement Program Ship, American Mariner. Pod recovery and surveillance ships and an evacuation aircraft carrier, which took aboard personnel non-essential to the island operation during each event, completed the ship array in the northern hemisphere. On islands south of the equator, in Johnston's southern magnetic conjugate area, a variety of instrumentation to collect effects data was set up for fishbowl. Stations dotted the American Samoa island of Tutuila, as well as the main islands of the Fiji and Tonga groups, and to the east, Rarotonga. After preparations in Samoa's harbor, Pango Pango, the instrumented motor ship, Acania, moved out prior to shot day to be on the station designated for each event concurrent with the departure of the balloon launch vessel, Taipuku. Fiji's jet airport at Namdi was the operating base for 3 fishbowl aircraft. On each event, a KC-135 and 2 RC-121s gathered southern conjugate effects data. Closer to the equator, the coral atolls of Canton, Kwajalein, and Palmyra also held many of the trailers, structures, and antenna towers representative of the fishbowl test effort. North of Johnston, 4 main Hawaiian islands, as well as French frigate shoals, Midway, and Wake Island, mark the location for many instrumentation sites. For each event, approximately a dozen test aircraft, including optical and eye-burn experiment planes, rose from Oahu's Hickam Air Force Base and headed south. Also to the west on Okinawa, in the far north at Adak and Fairbanks, as well as at Palo Alto, California, instrumentation was operated for fishbowl test events. During the latter part of the operation, other stations were added. All in all, of the 266 fishbowl instrument stations, 156 were on land, while 10 ships housed 80 separate project stations. 15 test aircraft carried the other 30 stations. The need for the test work carried on at Johnston and its far-flung array was compelling, for it stemmed from urgent Department of Defense operational needs requiring that high-altitude phenomena resulting from a nuclear burst be defined with simultaneous direct measurements on military operational equipment. For while America had been making rapid strides in other aspects of missile technology, its investigation of high-altitude nuclear detonation effects had lagged due to the 1958 test moratorium imposed shortly after the nation's first look at nuclear effects at high altitude. This initial exploration in 1958 was limited to 6 shots, with attempts to collect data with untried experimental instrumentation in an environment alien to the nuclear test tube. From a ship in the South Atlantic, 3 small detonations, known as the Argus series, were launched and triggered aloft for the purpose of examining the Chrysopolis theory that a long-lived belt of trapped electrons could be artificially created by a very high-altitude nuclear explosion. Other effects on Argus, although measured, were not thoroughly documented. In the Pacific, as part of the hardtack series, 3 effect shots, Yucca, Orange, and Teeth, were detonated at respectively 26, 43, 77 kilometers, primarily to provide information on the change of blast, nuclear, and thermal effects with increasing altitude. From hardtack's limited test experimentation, one lesson learned was that widely diverse quantitative effects were produced at different altitudes, including major electromagnetic disturbances, causing communications and radar blackout problems. The nature of each effect could be learned only by actual testing. More than the information they furnished, these 1958 shots indicated how much more there was to learn about nuclear burst-created atmospheric ionization. Filling this information gap after the 3.5-year lull was Operation Fishbowl's mission, carefully patterned to the Department of Defense's needs. These operational requirements shaped up into objectives centering around 3 main lines of inquiry. One objective concerned ICBM acquisition, tracking, and intercept problems. It was essential for both defensive and offensive planning that experimental data be obtained on the effects of high-altitude nuclear bursts on radar performance. Another objective dealt with the evaluation of a ICBM damage and kill mechanism. DoD needed an evaluation of the effectiveness of nuclear detonations at high altitude for killing incoming ICBMs, vital to the nation's anti-ICBM effort. This knowledge, in turn, would indicate the relative vulnerability of U.S. ICBM re-entry vehicles. A third objective concerned communications blackout, that is, the loss of signals due to disturbances in the ionosphere caused by high-altitude detonations. It was necessary to know the ensuing effects on military command and control systems which require long-range communication. These military objectives meshed into the overall fishbowl objective of gaining a vertical scale of information for various altitudes and yields. Included in the wide assortment of fishbowl projects were thermal studies on icebergs, investigation of debris distribution, and documentation of the nature and transport of the magnetic field disturbance generated by high-altitude detonation. On Operation Fishbowl, nuclear detonations rent the sky 5 times over the Johnston Island area, each time during the hours of darkness. Of the 5 fishbowl shots, the highest burst was the 400-kilometer Starfish event, launched by a pod-carrying Thor missile. Its yield was 1.4 megatons. In addition to the local phenomena, the transport of bomb debris and other charged particles in the magnetic field produced colorful aurora, arcing into the northern and southern conjugate regions. Checkmate, like Starfish, did not display a well-defined fireball. Checkmate exhibited a moderate aurora seen in both the northern and southern conjugate areas. Kingfisher's fireball was well defined and its aurora moderate. From these 5 events, we will offer a selection of the test instrumentation associated with the DoD scientific objectives, along with some of the preliminary results obtained. Any conclusions which follow must be tempered by the understanding that the measurements made are valid only under the conditions of the experiment. For the first objective, the rockets fired from these launchers along the Johnston runway played a major role in probing the capability of detecting and tracking incoming ICBMs. Some rockets, launched in conjunction with the burst, were positioned in time and space to chart radar transmission paths through the burst environment. The aim was to help establish the space-time parameters of various blackout phenomena involving fireball, X-rays, beta, gamma, and neutrons, as well as directly measure radar capability to track and locate objects, such as re-entry vehicles and decoys. Guidance of anti-ICBMs through the blackout was also studied. This radar dish on Johnston Island scanned the sky to gain information on intensity and extent of the clutter produced. It mapped 3 frequencies of operational importance: 400, 800, and 1200 megacycles. RC-121 aircraft also measured the amount of clutter in both the north and south conjugate regions. On Johnston Island, passive radio frequency receiving instrumentation sought data on the effect of noise from the burst region on radar performance. All this instrumentation took the measure of attenuation, refraction, clutter, and noise, the chief electromagnetic effects on radar performance. A serious electromagnetic effect was attenuation in the vicinity of the fireball. both its duration and its spatial extent, neither of which was measured sufficiently on Operation Hardtack. Rocket-borne beacons launched at H+5 and 15 minutes to seek late-time attenuation effects obtained no readily identifiable results. On Kingfish, the damp ship observed radar transmission paths through the fireball region from a C-band beacon from H+5 to 25 seconds, observing complete blackout and loss of track during this period. A Johnston Island receiver observed severe attenuation at 950 and 4750 megacycles through the beta patch for 60 seconds. On Tightrope, severe attenuations were measured up to 1 minute after burst. While the attenuating volume was greatly reduced in size, the amount and duration of attenuation was still significant. Refraction effects from a nuclear burst are of concern in the high-precision target tracking of ICBMs in the terminal phase. Although radar on the damp ship and Johnston Island showed no gross refractive effects from any of the bursts, preliminary results indicate a refractive jitter problem under certain conditions, involving a rapid fluctuation in the apparent angle of arrival of returning radar pulses. It was present on all events, but most pronounced on bluegill and kingfish. Another electromagnetic effect important to DoD's search capability is clutter, which could hamper radar performance for a period longer than other effects. Radar clutter is caused by ionized air, ionized bomb debris, and electrons trapped in the magnetic field. All these materials reflect radar energy, giving rise to false targets on the radar scope. Our first consideration is the reflection clutter from the fireball itself. Confined to the visible fireball, it is most pronounced when a well-formed fireball is generated. Another problem is presented by field-aligned clutter, observed in that region of the sky for which the observer is at right angles to the magnetic field lines at E-layer heights, and within an azimuth of about 15 degrees to either side of magnetic north. Field-aligned debris provides a host of fluctuating pseudo-targets over a large sky area. A radar system can evaluate them as false targets, but by sheer numbers, they may grossly overload the associated computer, which must check out each one of them. Of the serious electromagnetic effects from the burst, least bothersome to radar performance is noise. Highly sensitive advanced radar systems are adversely affected by the detonation's broadband radio frequency noise, since it reduces the signal-to-noise ratio. These instrumented pods, utilized during the starfish, bluegill, and kingfish events, played an important role in the DoD objective embracing the study of ICBM kill mechanisms, as well as determining the vulnerability of U.S. ICBM materials to these effects. The pods, 3 on each floor, were engineered to be deployed to pre-calculated positions from the burst, so oriented as to expose the instrumentation to the burst. All the pods housed similar instrumentation to gain data close to the detonation on blast, neutron, and gamma radiation. However, the instrumentation that recorded X-ray and thermal effects was somewhat different. The three pods on Bluegill housed instrumentation to gain data on the thermal output and its effects. The starfish and kingfish pods concentrated on X-ray radiation and its effect on re-entry vehicle material. Some thermal measuring devices were also carried on kingfish. Post-shot recovery of the pods involved ship and helicopter convergence in the area, drawn by radio signals, flashing lights, and green dye. Fished out, the pods were taken to the Johnston Island recovery area, where removal of the scientific instrumentation for inspection and preliminary data readout was conducted. The pod program was relatively successful despite orientation problems and loss of some instrumentation due to hard landings. Preliminary results are limited mostly to the observable effects on the numerous re-entry vehicle materials exposed. One other observable effect was the shadow cast as the X-rays swept past the raised instrumentation on the pod backplate. Specific quantitative values are not available yet from either the X-ray or thermal studies. However, X-ray impulses measured were near those expected. Meanwhile, the interpretative work toward application to the kill mechanisms and kill distances for various types of RVs is underway. For the DoD communications blackout objectives, this station in the Fiji Islands was one of the many links in the group of simulated high-frequency networks set up for Fishbowl. Their function was to investigate the effects of high-altitude nuclear detonations on military command and control systems utilizing long-range communications. One project utilized oblique incidence ionospheric sounders in a controlled network to obtain data over 28 propagation paths covering both the primary and conjugate areas. Information was obtained on 160 frequencies in the range between 4 and 64 megacycles. Also for each event, existing military operational communications links throughout the Pacific area were monitored to determine the disruptive effects caused by the fishbowl bursts. In the high-frequency experiments, burst-induced ionization altered propagation conditions, but caused no widespread outage. After the detonation, usable frequencies tended to be higher than pre-burst values. On some paths, propagation conditions were enhanced by the creation of new modes or paths. Almost all conditions had returned to normal by H+2 hours, except on starfish, where effects were detectable Pacific-wide for 2 days. Checkmate caused some adverse effects on transmission paths within 700 kilometers of Johnston Island for about 30 minutes. Kingfish altered propagation conditions on paths within 2,500 kilometers of the burst point, as well as throughout the southern conjugate area for several hours. Bluegill caused blackout for about 1 minute of certain high-frequency signals whose paths passed within 200 kilometers of the Johnston Island area, with lesser effects observed on these paths for 2 hours. Tightrope produced no observable propagation changes. VHF and UHF communication circuits were not degraded by the high-altitude events. Encouraging results were obtained from a Strategic Air Command experiment, testing its airborne communication system during several high-altitude nuclear bursts. Signals from an UHF transmitter on Johnston Island were received by a KC-135 aircraft in the area and retransmitted to a relay B-47, which in turn retransmitted the signal to Hickam Air Force Base. Communications were not disrupted on this circuit by the high-altitude events. Also, the fishbowl tests were all conducted at night. Therefore, the effects are not necessarily indicative of those produced by a daytime shot. Of the many other projects of vital military interest on fishbowl, we shall give the results only on the iBird study. Rabbits and monkeys on airborne platforms and ground stations were exposed to the thermal radiation from both high altitude and atmospheric detonations. Chorioretinal burn results from the atmospheric shots, all detonated below 15,000 feet, confirmed previous data on the distance parameters for known yield. Contrary to expectation, bluegill produced extensive eye burning, the most severe of the series. No other fishbowl event produced burns except tightrope, but the moderate burns received conformed to prediction. We will summarize the results of Operation Fishbowl and their relationship to the DoD objective. For answers on the anti-ICBM radar performance of acquisition, tracking, and intercept after a nuclear burst, the salient electromagnetic effects of attenuation, refraction, putter, and noise showed the following results. The optical measurements documented the spatial, temporal, and spectral characteristics of UV optical infrared effects associated with the detonations in the burst area, as well as the southern conjugate region. In the POD program, concerned with the evaluation of AICBM damage and kill mechanisms, the pertinent finding to date is that X-ray impulses measured tend to confirm predictions. From the extensive measurements on communications blackout, some tentative conclusions can be drawn. VLF is relatively unaffected. However, rapid and persistent phase changes can be detrimental to navigational systems. LF is generally degraded, especially phase-lock systems such as LORAN-C. HF is extensively degraded, but can be improved by the use of a system for rapid frequency shifting. VHF effects are similar to HF, except for less severe absorption. The UHF line of sight is relatively unaffected. Utilization of all these results must reflect the limitations of the fishbowl experiment. The fact that all were night bursts, and that the effects were only based on single detonations. The communications problem resulting from multiple nuclear bursts would be serious, but adequate planning and technical sophistication should make it possible to maintain limited communications at all times. Besides the results on main fishbowl objectives, a host of valuable contributions were made by the many other participating projects. Since the list of findings from the 5 fishbowl events is a long and continuing one, with miles of records still to be reduced and analyzed, this report marks only a beginning in the fishbowl chronicle. With America now of necessity peering skyward in its quest for security, the results gleaned from 1962's high-altitude operation contribute both to this safeguard role and to scientific enlightenment on the effects of the atom above the atmosphere.
shit myself free.
It's April 12th, 1945. It's April 12th, 1945. At 2:30 p.m., 9 Mitsubishi G4N Beshi bombers and their escort of A6M0 fighters soar over the East China Sea. In the lead bomber, Lieutenant Saburo Dohi puts on his oxygen mask and lies back on his makeshift cot. Breathing deeply, his mind is focused on one thing: the new secret weapon housed in the bowels of the Beshi. A weapon the Japanese hope will change the course of the war. Radio operator Lieutenant Zenji Sugano taps Saburo on the shoulder. His face is solemn.
We've made it.
American ships have been spotted below. A pair of destroyers and smaller vessels. The attack is on. Flag opens up on the Betty, and the crew scramble to their positions. Everyone knows if they haven't been spotted on radar already, their position will surely be reported now. It's only a matter of minutes until superior Allied air power arrives. Saburo approaches the trapdoor in the bomber. The trapdoor has come to be known by the pilots as the Devil's Gate, but Saburo is undeterred.
Die Frau bekämpft ihre Verkündung, während sie erholsamer schlaft. Wie
For a
mir die Menschen.
moment, there's a calm exchange of understanding and mutual respect between the two men. Sagano salutes Saburo, and Saburo smiles at his comrade. It's time. Taking a deep breath, Saburo passes through the Devil's Gate and down a small ladder, and he descends into his fate. The weapon that Saburo will pilot is suspended high over the sea. In the bomber's modified bomb bay, he feels the tug of the wind buffeting him as he eases himself down to the familiar surroundings of the cramped cockpit and controls. He takes a deep breath and tries to get his bearings. Through the narrow gap of the Betty's partially open bomb bay doors, you can see a slither of the unfolding battle below. 3 Zero kamikaze bombers head straight for the U.S. destroyer, the Manor Al Abeli. The crew fights desperately as gunfire rains through the sky, turning every weapon they have to the incoming Japanese planes as 3 Zeros soar towards the ship. 1 Zero is destroyed, and another is driven off. But the third barrels on. Encouraged by their success, the Manor Al Abeli's crew manages to score hit after hit on the remaining plane, but the determined Zero can't be taken out. It slams into the destroyer's starboard side. The bomb it's carrying penetrates the deck and detonates. Above the chaos, Saburo has made his final preparations and taps out a Morse code message that he's ready to launch. His heart pounding, Saburo waits for his contraption to be dropped from the Betty and for the hurtling dive to begin. But a minute passes and nothing happens. Cold fear begins to pool in Saburo's stomach. He's suspended helplessly over enemy fire. If the Betty covers much more distance, he'll lose track of his target. Back on board the bomber, the aircraft commander shouts to radio operator Lieutenant Zenji Sugano. The explosive release bolt has misfired, and Sugano must manually jettison the rocket bomb. Sugano closes his eyes, unable to bring himself to watch as he releases the weapon. With no warning, Saburo plunges downward through the sky, despite it feeling like the floor has dropped from underneath him. Saburo desperately follows his training. He activates a dial on the dashboard and shifts his thumb over to a button on the joystick and presses down. He's just activated a top secret piece of new technology capable of granting him incredible speed and overpowering force stronger than anything he's felt before takes hold, and he's thrown into the back of his seat. A deafening, unnatural roar drowns out everything. The battle cry of the thunder gods has been sounded. Just 8 months before the mission of April 12, 1945, on a hot, humid evening, a group of inexperienced naval cadets fresh out of flight school are assembled at Tikal Airfield, Taiwan. The cadets sit on tatami mats awaiting their commander, barely able to contain their excitement. All they know is that they've been summoned for a top secret undertaking, and if they display the required attributes, they will be given control of a single weapon more capable than anything before it. Amongst the group are cadets Saburo Dohi and Hideo Suzuki, friends and classmates from flight training. Group Commander Captain Yunsaku Takahashi enters the room. His face is solemn.
If you're married, if you're the only surviving male heir for your family, or if you have only one parent alive, raise your hand.
Hands go up around the room as Takashi watches gravely.
You, man with your hands raised, leave the room.
The stunned silence is followed by looks of confusion and disappointment. Men exit quietly, leaving an ominous crowd of empty seats. Tagashi begins the briefing. He reveals to the cadets that despite the Japanese propaganda, the war is not going well. But this weapon could be the answer. It's capable of taking out an American aircraft carrier in one shot. The men are in disbelief. This is a game changer. But Takahashi isn't finished. There's a catch.
Operating this weapon is a war mission. You will die.
Saburo Dahi and Hideo Suzuki nod to each other resolutely. They are determined to serve Japan at whatever the cost. Takashi stresses to the men the urgency of the project, but also assures them that there will be no shame in backing out, giving them 3 days to consider. Despite the stark requirements of the mission, a team of cadets sign up. They are now the 721st Naval Air Group, and they will soon become known as the Thunderbolts. Hideo and Saburo soon begin training with their fellow cadets and finally discover what the miracle weapon they will be learning to operate is. Named the Oka, meaning cherry blossom in Japanese. The title alludes to the sacrificial pilots as fallen cherry blossom flowers, diving to a glorious death. The Oka is constructed around a 2,600-pound warhead. During training, the pilots train using unpowered glider versions of the Oka. Despite the brutality of the assignment, Hideo Suzuki is in high spirits. His friend Saburo wishes him luck on the airfield, and Hideo eagerly climbs aboard the Betty bomber with his comrades. Once the bomber is cruising high in the air, Hideo settles down into the Oka K-1 training glider for his first flight. It's now that a rush of adrenaline passes through him, but he fights to remain calm. He confirms that he is ready by announcing into the mouthpiece,
Maintenance preparation. All good.
Hideo also taps out in Morse code an abbreviation of his oral message. The Betty pilot is not to drop the K-1 until he has confirmed Hideo's message, and Hideo himself has issued a reply. In the cramped cabin of the glider, Hideo waits an eternity for a reply. There's only silence from the Betty's pilot. With no clue of what to do next, Hideo frantically starts to repeat his original Morse code message. But before he can finish, there's a deafening bang as the explosive charge detonates prematurely and releases the Oka from the bomber into a roller coaster dive. The aircraft plunges through the air immediately pulling hard G's. Hideo grapples with the joystick as the G-force increases and threatens to overwhelm him. He can feel the weight acting harder and harder on him, and his eyes slowly start to close. With a jolt, he wrestles the little plane back into even flight, and the pressure slowly subsides. Gaining confidence, he sights the airfield, circling it twice before lining up for the final approach. If you enjoy this video, we'd really appreciate your subscription. Thank you. Now, only 3 feet over the airfield, Hideo is inches away from success. Having been warned not to force the craft down, but to let it bleed energy until he feels the skid bite, Hideo grits his teeth and follows this training, finally touching down on the ground and skidding along the sandy field. But it will not be an easy landing, as little craft tilts to one side, resting on the wingtip as it comes to a screeching halt. A grin slowly breaks across his face, knowing that the successful training flight signals his readiness for the real thing. After months of intense and nerve-wracking training, the Thunder Gods gather to celebrate the new year on December the 31st, 1944. Having been granted leave, the pilots use this time to reflect on their spiritual values and life, to prepare for the sacrifice they'll soon be required to make. Saburo and Hideo are among them. The men drink sake, eat special rations, and wait for midnight, when the anticipated sound of the large bronze bell from the Buddhist temple rings ominously throughout the night. Struck by the priests 108 times to mark the suffering caused by the earthly desires of man, the pilots fall into silence as they listen to the deep tolls sounding through the night. As the dawn creeps closer, the pilots walk to a humble hill known as Tornado Mountain. The normally festive atmosphere is muted by the effects of over 7 years of war, as the pilgrims trudge exhaustedly up the mountain. The icy ocean breeze meets the bright rays of the sun as it bursts over the horizon. The The men take a moment to watch the dawn from the heights of Tornado Mountain. Ajiguchi, a pilot from the Thunder Gods that day, stated,
We drank a cup of sake and shouted, Banzai! 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 We all knew it would be our final first sunrise.
in April 1945, Saburo Dohi and Hideo Suzuki are becoming impatient and tense. Twice now they have waved off their fellow pilots on 2 previous Thunder Gods missions. These task forces have been annihilated by Allied forces, but Saburo and Hideo are no less eager to jump into action. Finally, the day comes when Saburo is assigned to the 3rd Thunder Gods operation, although Hideo is again left in reserve. At the airbase, Hideo and Saburo say their final goodbyes. Devastated that he's unable to join his friend in combat, Hideo congratulates Saburo on the great honor of dying for the nation and says farewell to his friend for the last time. Rubble and jagged pieces of ship spray across the water as the USS Manor Al Abeli grinds to a halt. However, its troubles are far from over. Suddenly, a lookout sights a small aircraft 1.5 miles out, skimming low over the water at terrific speed. The crew have never seen anything so fast and so small. There's no time for them to react. Saburo and his Oka hurtle towards the vessel, ripping through the sky. Takes a deep breath and slowly closes his eyes. He takes himself back to the beautiful yellow dawn atop Tornado Mountain. The 2,600-pound warhead of Saburo's Oka has collided with the side of the ship. Having activated the manual launch of Saburo's Oka, Zenji Sugano has been watching every step of Saburo's journey and sees the tremendous blast.
He did it!
Saburo's Oka obliterates the vessel's midsection, buckling the keel, severing all power, lights, and communications. Aboard the ship, water pours in from all angles, and those below deck don't even have a chance to register what's hit them. The ochre has done its job. The captain of the Manor Owl ably gives orders to abandon ship as it breaks in two. The bow and stern drift apart before slipping beneath the waves. Dozens of men are trapped inside.
Gesucht werden wegen schwerer Körperverletzung diese Serientäter. Übeltäter wie diese verursachen jedes Jahr rund 125.000 Stürze daheim. Fesseln sie alle mit Kabelbindern, bevor sie darüber stolpern.
As the stunned survivors clustered in the churning waters, the crew of the nearby destroyer, USS Jeffers, has sighted another ochre zipping towards them. The Jeffers guns open up on Saburo's squadmate, but the ochre streaks on relentlessly, its pilots unfazed. An explosion rocks the ship. The decks are smashed, but the ship hasn't sunk. At just 50 yards, an anti-aircraft shell had struck the ochre. The ochre and its pilot are destroyed before they can even hit the target. Not so lucky as Saburo and his glorious death in the hull of the Manor Owl Abraham. The initial strike by the kamikaze, the ochre, and the subsequent strafing of this attack kills 83 and wounds 35. The operation is later deemed the most successful use of the ochre in the war. Saburo would never know that his hit of the Manor Owl Abilene would be the one and only ship accounted to be sunk by an ochre, or that he had given his life not for a US capital ship, but a small destroyer acting as a radar picket from outside the main fleet. Despite their sacrifice and commitment, ochres and their pilots would only damage 6 other US ships in their operations. Of the 74 that were used in action, most ochres were shot down still within the slow, overloaded Betty bombers, and in failed attacks. The ochre pilots would come to earn the nickname Buckers or Fools by the Americans. Yet the dignity of the Thunder God's sacrifice was not lost on those left behind from the operations, such as Hideo Suzuki, who would mourn the loss of his friend and the chance to sacrifice himself for the war effort.
I felt that I have missed out on my chance to die for the nation, Hideo later said. Of the 17 cadets who were assigned to the Thunder Gods alongside Hideo Suzuki, only 2 others survived the war. On March the 21st, 1948, the surviving pilots fulfilled their promise to meet at Tornado Mountain, the same mountain the Thunder Gods had climbed that New Year's Day in 1945. The men shared cups of hot green tea and bittersweet memories of their friends who gave everything for Japan. Especially for this video, we've made this amazing merch. Please grab it before it flies out the store.
Unsere Schweiz. Da kann man sich auf alles verlassen. Zumindest solange ein Gerberfondue in der Nähe ist. Wenn ihr das Fondue-Glüschli packt, Gerber. Jetzt neu Moitié Fondue im Kühlregal. Schon probiert?
Pushen für die Schweiz. Kraxeln für die Schweiz. Anpacken für die Schweiz. Alles geben für die Schweiz. Das beste Netz für die Schweiz. Mit Swisscom. Jetzt wechseln.
You know, that song always gives me the wanderlust. Well, personally, it leaves me cold. Exactly. Iceberg. Northern Sea. Oh, don't tell me you're going to have another musical memory. Sure I am. Look at little Willie over there. He's obeying the universal urge to fish. Looks like he's got a bite. Hey, where's he going? Oh, Willie always wants to get as far as possible from that cod liver oil. Well, if he ran far enough, he might find plenty of it. Suppose he had been along with the college boys who formed Commander Donald B. McMillan's Arctic expedition when they headed the Bodwin into the Belle Isle Strait. Wind and spray broke over the bow and set all but the hardiest of our crew below deck. I suppose that's you by the rail. Well, the captain had called these the first iceberg waters, and all the crew made bets on being the first to see one. Well, the lookout has the best of that bet. Only made him keep one eye closed to even matters up. The first birds we saw were still shrouded in banks of Newfoundland fog, and came upon us with little warning. The lookout now had his hands full. An iceberg is always closer than it looks, since it is 7 times larger under the water than it is on top. Oh, that's a beauty. Some of the birds were magnificent castles of ice. In the older birds, the continual erosion of the salt water not only decreases their size, but gives them many strange and fanciful shapes. That one looks like a man paddling a canoe, a swan with outstretched wings. That looks like the seal sitting on the eye. Isn't imagination wonderful? Oh, it was a seal. That one seems to be a huge mushroom. And here, a massive headland towers 1,000 feet above the sea. Halfway up, lit by a fleecy cloud bank that sets the smoky haze dancing over its green skirt and giving it a name, Cape Smoky. Oh, stop showing off your high school education. Passing the sounding line for depth was one of the first steps in one of the most interesting but exacting jobs of the trip. Most of our cargo consisted of gasoline and oil to send our plane on a governmental mapping trip into the uncharted wastelands of the Labrador. We found this small bay ideally suited to our purpose and set about to establish a refueling base for the plane. Knowing that the entire success of his inland trip, and perhaps his life, depended on this base, McMillan carefully supervised each step in the operation. Several planks laid across two of the ship's stories formed an ingenious water taxi and enabled us to carry 10 of the 100-gallon drums in a single trip. Portland, relieved of several cargo tons, popped up like a cork, and many raft loads of rock ballast were taken aboard to keep her on an even keel. Why the next day? Were you afraid of getting sunburned? Well, those nets were a very necessary protection against a swarm of mosquitoes who dropped in to see what we were doing and decided to stay for dinner. Even McMillan showed that he could toss a mean rock as well as supervise the job and fell to with a hearty We found a clear freshwater spring and lost no time in refilling our water cask. A little gas and oil is applied to our own ship, and very soon we are ready to be underway. You mind if I look over your shoulder while you work? Not unless you're a mosquito. After radioing our position, McMillan decided to remain at the base until the arrival of the pilot with the plane. It seemed lonesome on board without him, but our attention was soon caught by a cloud of seagulls, which assured us that we were near the fishing country. There comes, Bobby, there goes the plane. didn't take them long to overtake us. Now they're heading inland. I wish we could be with them. Well, that's easy. Here we are. Now that you can see this country, you will appreciate the reason for its lack of inhabitants. Although rich in natural resources, potential water power, the utter inaccessibility of this wild country has for centuries defied commercial development by man. Add to this the fact that on the coast fishing is an easy and profitable industry, you will see why the entire population of Labrador is concentrated in the fishing villages that dot the harbor and small islands of the coast, leaving an inland country an unknown and untouched wilderness. Baldwin has anchored in Ford's Harbor, a busy little village engaged in the industry of pulling in all the world-famous cod liver oil is made. That looks like the painting on that Effie's dining room wall. The cod, now minus his liver, gets spread out on these huge racks to dry. Take a long last look. And thanks for coming along on this musical memory. We've seen another unusual corner of the world, and I only wish Willie had been here. If he knew where the cod liver oil came from, I'm sure he wouldn't mind taking it. Not much.
America, where on Yucca Flats, Nevada, U.S. Marines take cover while on atom bomb maneuver. And just over 3 miles away, an our familiar blinding stack. Chief purpose of these explosions have been to ensure that the atom bomb can be used in full-scale offensives on land without leaving its deadly radiation in the target area. So the U.S. Marines, like the whole world, watch the effects of the blast and wonder.
So here you can see the waste isolation pilot plant, or WIT facility. We're currently on the way to the known site, but we're passing by this, and so this is a perfect opportunity to talk about it. This facility is really unique. It's the only one in the U.S. that can actually handle transuranic waste. So any of the plutonium and uranium processing equipment, waste, anything they has been contaminated with those transuranics is actually stored here. And here you can see the sign, Waste Isolation Pilot Plant, which is about 2,150 feet below the surface. you can clearly see the two distinct shafts that go down to the actual mine. And so the one on the left is most likely the salt handling shaft, and then the one inside this building, which you can't clearly see, is the actual waste handling shaft. Additionally, on these trailers, you can see those are the casks that the radioactive waste is actually transported to this facility. Here you can see a better view of the waste handling shaft in a large building. Now on to Nome. So we turned down Mobley Ranch Road, and eventually we drove for a long ways. We got to the Nome site. So here you can see the Nome coach site, and the coach drill path is going to be the one further down. And this is actually looking at the WIP facility from the coach drill pad. It's a bit of a high point on the site, so you can clearly see the WIP building there. And as we zoom out, you'll be able to see the coach drill pad I'm standing on. A little bit overcast. Beautiful scenery though. And as we turn around here, you can actually see the coach well site. And so the coach project never actually came to fruition. They did dig the tunnel, but there was no actual detonation. However, you can still see this is where the detonation would have taken place.
So this would have been another nuclear device for peaceful purposes, but they decided that Nome had given them good results, and they felt that they could get results from other tests. So they ended up not using this. It has since been filled, but here you can see it's a monitoring well now. This would have actually gone into what would have been the cavity. Obviously it's not, and as you can see, the radiation levels here are fairly low, actually a little lower than at the Nome site. You can still see, however, a little bit more waste here, I guess. Could be a fence post, drill pipe. Yeah, that's actually pretty thick. Maybe it's drill pipe. But as you can see, it's not very radioactive, unlike what would have been the case likely at Nome and post shot. Nothing above that, though.
So this is the entrance tunnel to the Nome coach shaft. It's actually pre-shot the Nome. And so in the middle of this green and blue line, that's actually where this entrance shaft was. Now this is where they had only dug the Nome tunnel, pre-Nome shot, and you can see that on the side.
So right here is the entrance shaft to the Nome and coach tunnels. So they first dug the Nome tunnel, which went over here to the left. I don't know if you guys can see that. That's the Nome monument, right back over there. So that's the Nome shot. And then they were planning for another shot called Coach.
В соответствии с программой испытаний новых образцов водородных зарядов 30 октября
At every test, buildings were evacuated, and the ground crew and other servicemen were ordered to witness the drops from the northern end of the island, as far as possible from ground zero. All the tests were airbursts. This meant
desolate, cold, lonely, windy, and beautiful. This is Antarctica, man's priceless laboratory. This land, almost twice the size of the United States, is the highest continent in the world with an average elevation of 7,000 feet. It is the driest desert continent in the world, less than 1/2 inch of precipitation annually. It's the iciest area in the world. 95% of the world's ice is here. It is the coldest continent. The mean temperature never goes above freezing. For most of the year, the land is locked in by penetrable masses of floating ice. It is the windiest area in the world. Wind velocity averages 15 miles per hour all year, with gusts sometimes reaching 200 miles an hour. The world's stormiest seas ring Antarctica. The Antarctic waters are the most abundant in the world, yet Antarctica is the most lifeless of continents. This forsaken land of the most and least has known man for little more than 75 years. Men like Amundsen, Shackleton, and Scott were driven by the adventure of an unexplored area, combined with a thirst for scientific knowledge. What kind of scientific knowledge could be found in this wasteland? First of all, the unique geography of Antarctica makes it a great natural laboratory. Here, as at no other spot on Earth, the workings of the upper atmosphere can be studied. The history and secrets of Earth are hidden under the ice. The desolation of this continent, where there is little human interference, makes it a lonely but priceless laboratory. But today, this lonely laboratory is under full invasion by man. Scientists from all over the world are being brought by plane and ship to study this land. Specialists of every scientific field are delving into the mysteries of the Antarctic. The expeditions are being supported by the full might of the Navy in a logistics operation of unprecedented magnitude. As man comes to this strange land, he brings with him the modern conveniences of his own world. Lighting, heating, and fresh water have been brought to the ancient ice with the help of a compact nuclear reactor developed by the Martin Marietta Corporation. Man also brings with him his own peculiar equipment. Like man, the equipment has problems adapting to this land. The engines of these vehicles have to be preheated for an hour or more before starting, even in the summer. But even with the most advanced equipment, the job of finding out, of seeking knowledge and answering age-old questions must ultimately be done by man himself. Devoted, dedicated, trained men. From the main Antarctica camps, the men go to their lonely outposts, where the scientific data is obtained. In the process of probing and taming the continent, men are gaining more knowledge about man himself. Man's biological and physical systems, under conditions of extreme cold and isolation, are being studied in this unique laboratory. Answers are being found to the questions: what type of clothes to wear, what food to eat, and how to adjust to the cold. It has been determined that given proper nutrition and clothing, man is remarkably adaptable to the cold. One problem that man has yet to conquer on this frozen continent comes from the complete isolation and indescribable loneliness of people and familiar things. These specially selected men must not only fight this isolation, but they must constantly fight the land itself. In addition to the constant fear of snow blindness and frostbite, the men must be prepared for other hazards, such as whiteout conditions, when the sky and land blend in a veil of white, making it impossible to distinguish distances and positions. So cruel is this land that the very thought of being uncooperative simply does not occur. United States and Russian scientific teams have performed rescues for each other in daring mercy missions. To take full advantage of the scientific knowledge that can be obtained from this laboratory, first, the land must be studied. All but the barest edge of the entire Antarctic continent is still covered by an ice sheet with an average thickness of more than a mile. Glaciologists have found that the volume of ice in the Antarctic is growing at a rate of about 293 cubic miles a year. If the ice should melt, it would raise the sea level enough to flood every major seaport and all the low-lying lands of the Earth. In the Ross Sea, the ice shelf extends as much as 500 miles out from the land over a 400-mile front, an area as large as Spain. The ice cliffs are as high as a 15-story building. The ice caps are a remnant of an ice age that descended upon the Earth 1 million years ago. Samples taken from the ice reveal centuries of snowfall. The air, pollen, and dust trapped in this snow that fell on Antarctica long ago can shed new light on the Earth's history. Detailed information about the land is obtained by traversing across hundreds of miles of treacherous, crevasse-filled ice fields. Among the many mysteries of Antarctica are the lakes and ponds that never freeze. The water is about 11 times as salty as seawater, almost twice as saline as Utah's Great Salt Lake. Recently, an accidental discovery was made of particular interest to geologists and glaciologists, a huge snow cave. The small entrance gives no indication of the large rooms beyond, comparable to the famous Carlsbad Caverns of New Mexico. One of the most picturesque landmarks is 13,000-foot Mount Erebus, the continent's only live volcano. Mount Erebus lies at the southerly end of a long chain of extinct volcanoes. They reach along the coast of the continent and up the Antarctic Peninsula, a stretch of land pointing north to the Cape Horn tip of South America. At one time, it was a single piece of land, a continuation of the Andes Mountains, now submerged in the 600 miles of water between the peninsula and Cape Horn. Antarctica may hold the key to the linking of continents. The theory of continental drift is one explanation for the nearly perfect jigsaw fit of the world's land masses. This theory also reconciles the geology and the paleontology of Antarctica with its isolation at the bottom of the globe. Life at present is extremely limited in this gigantic ice house. Only 3 flowering plants have been found on the land: an herb and 2 species of grass. Yet freshwater algae, lichen, fungi, and mosses withstand the bitter environment. Mosses have been found growing within 300 miles of the South Pole. The lichens develop with incredible slowness. They may have just 1 day a year of active growth. It is possible that Antarctica lichens 5 inches across may be the Earth's oldest living things. Unlike the land, the Antarctic waters have possibly the richest plant life in the world. The Plankton-filled waters of this region contain 3 or 4 times the organic matter of our richest farmlands and woodlands. Scientists in the Antarctic have discovered what appears to be eel larvae 4 to 5 feet in length, 20 times larger than the larvae of ordinary eels as we know them. Perhaps these large eels were the sea monsters of ancient history. Killer whales roamed the waters like submarine wolf packs. Their favorite pastime is to crash upward through the sea ice to dump unsuspecting penguin flocks into the water. The great whales of the Antarctic seas are the largest creatures ever known to inhabit the Earth. 100 feet long, weighing 150 tons. The most abundant animals at the bottom of the Earth, aside from birds and fish, are the seals. Since they are air-breathing mammals, they keep blowholes in the sea ice as a means of existing through the long winter. The skua is the most southerly of all birds, and one of the most savage. Called the eagle of the Antarctic, he is a prime enemy of the penguin, feeding on their eggs and their young. His fearlessness has sometimes led him into attacking man. Bird banding is one of the many Antarctica scientific projects. Birds are color and number banded in order to follow their migrations and to study their general behavior and life histories. One banded skua in a 10-day trip homed over almost featureless terrain, 825 miles to its mate. The most widely known of all the Antarctic animals is the penguin. The penguin spends the entire winter on the ice, feeding on fish and squid. In penguin society, the male incubates the egg, sometimes holding it in his webbed feet for 60 days or more. They can shield the eggs in the face of a 90-mile-an-hour blizzard. The penguins can frolic for hours in near freezing temperatures, which would quickly kill a man. In extreme cold, penguins are never in danger of freezing to death. Man has a lot to learn from these comedians of the far south. Extensive research is being conducted in Antarctica to help understand the complex interactions of atmosphere, magnetic fields, and solar emanations. Man's understanding of the atmosphere that envelops him is widening through this research in the Antarctic. The ionosphere, the layer that reflects medium and high-frequency radio waves, is being thoroughly investigated to find means to improve shortwave radio broadcasting. The Earth's lines of magnetic force leave the globe at one point in one polar region and re-enter at another in the opposite polar region. The north focal point is in Canada, about 100 miles north of Quebec. The other is in Antarctica, at a location only recently attained by man. At these 2 points, the lines of force are almost vertical. This permits the penetration of cosmic particles, which normally would be deflected at high altitudes in other regions. Low-energy cosmic particles, in the form of neutrons, almost double their equatorial impact rate in the Antarctic. High-energy cosmic particles, in the form of mesons, likewise increase in the Antarctic. Both the high and low energy types of cosmic radiation are clues to the tremendous activity of the universe. They are of obvious importance to the man in space.
Fachperson beraten und lesen Sie die Packungsbeilage.
Perhaps they're of even greater importance to the man in the street. One theory is that they may even affect hereditary changes by impacting upon germ matter. They may even affect thought processes by striking nerve ends of the brain. Scientific study in the Antarctic is a continuous, never-ending endeavor. Full advantage is taken of any important incident. Solar activity will be at a minimum between July 1964 and July 1965. During this period, which has been designated the International Year of the Quiet Sun, a worldwide magnetic survey will take place. As part of this survey, cosmic rays will be studied at the Douglas Ryometer Station. A ryometer is a device developed for precise measurement of low-level signals in the Antarctic. This research will increase knowledge of the Earth's magnetic and solar activity in the form of flares and sunspots, and basic geometric relationships between the Earth and the Sun. In a program under the joint sponsorship of the National Science Foundation and the Douglas Aircraft Company, ryometer systems have been set up to take full advantage of the months of round-the-clock sunlight. They have yielded much valuable information on waves of radio frequency from outside the layers of the Earth's atmosphere. Such research will help determine least dangerous spaceflight launch dates and may provide the foundation for interplanetary communications. Study of Antarctica may answer questions about the structure and history of the Earth. It may result in additions to the world's mineral resources, improvements in radio communications, and more reliable weather forecasts. Further study of the rich marine life may provide the expanding world population with a supermarket of food. Today we are entering an era of unlimited power, when science may be able to alter the temperature balance and convert the cold regions to hospitable, productive ones. Under the provisions of the Antarctica Treaty, national claims to territory have been temporarily abandoned. Men of many nations are working together for the good of all. Antarctica has become a laboratory not only for the physical and life sciences, but perhaps most important, a priceless laboratory for the development of international cooperation and understanding.
This is an airburst of a typical nuclear weapon, exploded at a height of about 2,000 feet. The first observed effect is a brilliant flash of bluish-white light that overwhelms the vision of even distant observers. The ball of fire, an incandescent sphere of glowing gases whose internal temperature is measured in thousands of degrees, starts to climb into the sky. This particular fireball, a fraction of a second old, has an energy equivalent to 20,000 tons of conventional explosive. Its internal pressure is measured in thousands of pounds per square inch. As the luminous fireball grows to its eventual 1,000-foot diameter, gamma rays and neutrons are released to produce their lethal effect. Thermal or heat radiation ignites inflammable materials, and inflicts personnel burns at relatively long ranges. The blast wave separates from the fireball and, traveling faster than sound, moves outward to batter the target area. This pulverizing shock wave forms a dust pedestal which seems to follow the rising cloud, developing into the characteristic mushroom shape of a low-altitude burst. Losing brilliance rapidly, the fireball is colored an orange-brown by the release of oxides of nitrogen from the surrounding air. Turbulent and still glowing, it shoots upward with an initial velocity of more than 100 miles per hour. As incandescence disappears, condensing water vapor begins to whiten the cloud. At still greater heights, ice crystals form and flow over the edges of the cloud to form a pure white color. Under certain atmospheric conditions, an ice cap may form above the cloud. Eventually, this cloud, with a diameter of about 3 miles, may reach an altitude of 50,000 feet. Then, slowly, it drifts away, mingling and blending with the clouds of the air, until it can no longer be identified by the human eye. The destruction caused by a relatively low-yield weapon can result in many square miles of ruins and account for thousands of human casualties. But how did it all come about? What caused this destruction? What can we do to increase the destructive effect? Or conversely, how can we protect ourselves from it? Generally speaking, the main damaging effects of a nuclear weapon detonated within the atmosphere are blast, heat, and nuclear radiation. To add to our knowledge of the blast effects of a nuclear detonation on structures of known strength, an extensive test program has been carried out. Here, remotely controlled cameras record the impact of an atomic blast. Such a shock wave has a very long duration compared to that of conventional explosions. An atomic shock wave can envelop a structure and completely destroy it by pressure and dynamic wind effects. The damaging effects of the shock wave are maximized by a phenomenon called the Mach stem. This is a reinforcement of the blast wave by a reflected wave from the ground. This effect provides the basis for selecting an optimum height of burst associated with a particular yield to produce maximum destruction. With a higher yield of thermonuclear weapons, the distance at which destructive overpressure levels can extend and the duration time of the overpressure are increased to greatly extend the area of damage. In our tests, the Mach stem has been used against every type of structure: masonry, steel frame buildings, reinforced frame buildings, and wood frame construction. The side-on pressure, which hits a large building, can build up several times the pressure level occurring in the open. This is caused by the air piling up against the building. A secondary but very important aspect of blast effects on buildings and structures is the number of exposed and unprotected persons who will be killed or injured by the flying debris produced by the passage of the blast wave. This blast wave has a double destructive effect in that it is lethal to not only city structures, but also to a city's people. An interesting phenomenon in connection with the blast wave is called the precursor. It forms as a result of the heating of a surface layer of air by the thermal radiation.
It was in 1939 that Winston Churchill famously defined Soviet. Union. It was in 1939 that Winston Churchill famously defined Russia as a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma. The Soviet Union's atom bomb project could certainly be considered a riddle, a mystery, and an enigma, and such was its secrecy at the time. Progress abroad. Russia had been conducting independent research into radioactive elements as early as 1910, long before it even became the Soviet Union or USSR. By the 1930s, Russian scientists had made remarkable efforts towards the advancement of physics research, even with setbacks such as the 1917 October Revolution and the bloody Civil War of 1922. Scientists tend to be a sharing community. That's why Russian physicist Georgy Flerov became suspicious in 1942 that the Allied powers were secretly developing an atomic superweapon when his literature search showed that no one in the West was writing on nuclear fission. And so he wrote an urgent letter to Joseph Stalin, pleading with him to start a Soviet atomic program. Notable, too, is a report dated February 28, 1945, and written for Lavrian Tiberia, Stalin's right-hand man, and the head of the NKVD, the country's dreaded secret police. The report was titled Progress of the Atomic Bomb Abroad, and stated that it was expected the United States would produce an atomic bomb by July of that year. However, Stalin was only finally galvanized in the immediate aftermath of the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki that ended the Pacific War in August 1945. Immediately after those atomic bombings in Japan,
EPA, we've got people walking out of the building right now, getting into vehicles, so we need to speed up the timeline if we can. We're going as fast as we can, crew. Roger that, we're going as fast as we can.
Engineer copy.
I think that might be the rectangle building. We're on the wildfire just to confirm here, not clue the fire until I touch your eyes onto that rectangular shaped building. Just let you know we suspect it is a mosque at this point. Not further fire until we have your permission.
Negative, you are to pressurize.
General de Gaulle wanted the atomic bomb as a weapon of deterrence. In order to enter the nuclear club, whatever the price, financial or human. The atomic bomb was a national priority. They sought a desert place. Now the regular region included a sedentary population of over 40,000 people.
October the 30th, 1961. The Soviets are about to test the biggest bomb the world has ever seen. Russia's nuclear scientists worked under constant threat of imprisonment and death. They created
cannot be contacted. So it could be that the
And that the bombs were exploded, right?
lie beyond the realms of silence. Thinking about our universe being quite friendly, one can't help wondering whether there might be other forms of life out there, and that is intelligent but not as that affect the status of us humans. What do we know about the human brain and consciousness? Or to put it another way, what can a brain know about itself? Chemical flows, electrical currents. Some liken it to this, not a computer. But unlike this or any other computer that's been built so far, the brain is conscious, is aware of itself. All that physical activity is accompanied by feelings and emotions. This was an early attempt to try to associate
Imagine what it feels like to common brain communicate. What awaits you at the end will leave you astonished. You must pay close attention. As you awake, the truth is not on the mind. Everything you know is true. A carefully constructed reality that is taken track for years. Most people will never escape this illusion. They will remain bound. But you don't have to. Once you free yourself from the matrix, your entire life will transform. You will naturally begin to make choices you never thought possible, quitting harmful habits, distancing yourself from mindless distractions, and refusing to buy into the endless consumerism designed to control you. You will no longer be a slave to the system. But this liberation is only for those who are brave enough to take the first step. This moment is rare and fleeting. This video will disappear, and this chance may never come again. By clicking the button below, you will begin to shed the false identity that society has imposed on you. The process will be challenging, as true freedom offers, but it will bring you to a higher level of purity, where you will connect deeply with your true self. I'm offering you an invitation to uncover the hidden secrets that will allow you to break free from the holograms of false reality and find your true purpose. Thousands of people, myself included, have learned to navigate the matrix and use it to our advantage, and now we can.
The U.S. is developing a new atomic bomb. Should Russia and China be afraid? The nuclear issue is once again coming to the forefront of world politics. Moreover, its most brutal manifestations, Israeli Heritage Minister Amichai Eliyahu admits the use of nuclear weapons in the Gaza Strip. Russian President Vladimir Putin signed a law to withdraw ratification of the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. As a response, the U.S. has already counted the number of casualties of a hypothetical nuclear strike that will be launched against Moscow and St. Petersburg if necessary. On October 27th, Pentagon unveiled plans to develop a new nuclear gravity bomb that would be 24 times more powerful than the nuclear bomb detonated in Hiroshima. In this video, we'll tell you what the new American nuclear bomb will be and why the Pentagon has made such a decision. And now, more about all this. In 2017, against the backdrop of development work on the B-61 Mod 12 air